As everyone can see, we're 10 minutes early, but Ben said we could start the car anytime. So guess what? We're starting. Chancellor, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see everyone. Mr. Brunches,
Good morning.
how are you? This is a sad day for us. This is Victoria's last meeting. Tomorrow, her family will be here, so we're going to table that issue till tomorrow. And she'll have the floor and introduce her family, and we can get the stories, the true stories about Victoria.
There's none.
No true story.
On a sad note, Ben's mother-in-law passed away yesterday. Robin's mother, she was 90-ish, 90, had been ill, and so please keep the family in your prayers. Very
Sorry,
sad
Ben.
time for the Locke family.
Sorry.
And as everybody can see, our beloved Ted is not with us. There is a reason for that. Ted has been ill. And Dr. Lang, are you giving the report?
Yes, I
Okay.
Ted, about 5 minutes ago, what I'm going to tell you is my private information about why the HIPAA laws.
But this past week, Ted had a clot, a deep vein thrombosis in one of his legs, and that clot traveled to his lung for a condition called a pulmonary embolism. Wow. And if untreated, it's a pretty serious condition. Fortunately, he presented to the hospital and started on anticoagulant or blood thinners. And he'll be leaving that area and traveling to Lubbock to be a part of his son's graduation. He's been advised not to come to work tomorrow, so you guys won't see him here tomorrow, but Ted wanted me to let you know that he's doing fine right now. And Ted and I will work together to make sure any responsibilities he has at the Health Science Center in El Paso, that I'm able to help him with those. But he's doing well, expects a full recovery, and is anxious to get back to work. Yesterday he said he felt like a caged animal, being confined to the hospital and home and wanting to get back to work. So I dread the people who have been taking care of Ted while he's been in the hospital. I don't know what to say about that. But the worst part about it is going to fall to Jim Brudge, who's supposed to keep me awake and to provide the humor that Ted would otherwise provide.
Somehow they can keep remarking you.
But Ted's doing fine, and he appreciates your thoughts and the calls. Thank you.
Thank you. Chancellor, do you have anything before we start?
I'm fine. I'm good.
Mr. Chairman? Carl.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation is now called to order. First order of business is approval of the minutes. We have a motion to approve the minutes of the Carr Foundation meeting held on February 25th, 2016.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Ms. Wright, if you would please present item number 2.
Good morning. As you'll see, I've changed the format a little bit of how we're presenting the budget this year for the Carr Foundation. We are estimating, in FY15, we actually brought in an investment income, $7.6 million in revenue, and we spent all of that plus a little bit more. For 16, we feel like we're pretty much right on target for our revenue estimate of $8.7 million. And we will spend all that I'm showing on that slide there, including the $1.4 million in fund balance. For 17, the budget that we're presenting, we estimate we'll bring in $9.3 million in revenue. The expenses for the foundation are $385,000, and then we're estimating we will spend $8.9 million in scholarships. I've been asked a couple of times why the expense went down. And on the salaries, if you look on the line that says Carr Scholarship Expense Salaries, we've not terminated anybody or laid anybody off. We've just moved those expenses back to the university budget. So is there any questions about the budget for this year?
Between 16 and 17, from the 107 to the 20, is that what you're talking?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions of Ms. Wright?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
In the fiscal year budget 2017, the salary number drops to from 107,752 to 2024. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. That's the salaries for some of our employees in the scholarship office. We're just moving those salaries
Okay,
to
you're
the
shifting. It's
yeah,
just
we're
a
just
budget
shifting it
shift.
to institutional funds.
Yeah, sorry for the dumb question, but I was reading something else.
It wasn't obvious, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah,
It's okay.
You got to remember, I'm from Lubbock. I have to hear things 2 or 3 times. Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Our dual credit numbers dropped significantly from 16 to 17.
Yes, sir. If you'll remember, last year, we asked to spend $1.8 million, but we were paying for the scholarships at the same tuition A, tuition B rate as our other students. But we asked to drop the rate we're charging those students from $86 for a designated tuition to $36, $112 to $36. So the difference in those two is just the difference in that this year we'll have a full year of charging them just $86 per semester credit hour instead of $160.
The student count, you don't anticipate dropping, just,
It will actually go up significantly.
yeah.
Yes,
yeah, I
sir.
thought so. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Would ask for a motion to
Yeah,
approve.
Chancellor, we've
I'm
got
sorry,
one question.
Chancellor.
I know we've adjusted the amount that we basically spend off of the earnings. And I'm wondering, since the price of oil is down, have we discussed any sort of readjustment of that relative to the different income stream that we have now?
We do have a plan in place that Dr. Flores and Angie and myself, as well as Dr. Topa, have all discussed it, and we won't reduce the number of awards, but we do have a plan in place of the new awards that we would start reducing the amount in those awards. And so, but we're watching it real closely, and we work closely obviously with Mr. Brunges and looking at what we have for those reserves. But there'll be times when we spend into it and it'd be at a deficit, but we can we've seen in the past where if we implement this kind of plan, it recovers quickly.
Very good.
I think one of the interesting things that has happened, been associated with the car now since 2007, and at that point in time, it was about 75 million in the corpus, and it was very dependent upon the oil and gas revenues for increasing the corpus. Now, with it being at about 130 million in the corpus earnings are as critical as the price of oil and gas. I mentioned to this board on several occasions, my vision was that this would be the mini, or the Texas Tech PUF. And I think we're made that transition now where the earnings on the corpus are as significant to us as the price of oil and gas.
The performance of the long-term fund I agree with Mr. Brunges, has much more to do with it than the price of oil.
Any other questions or comments?
There's a significant portion of the oil revenues that are also under longer-term contract, are they not? So we don't experience the immediate up and down with the price of oil. Is that true or not?
All of those contracts have expired now, and so we are affecting, they're under new contracts, but they are based on current market conditions.
So we've used up all the contracted oil. Thank you.
There's no other comments or questions. Would entertain a motion to approve the 2016 Scholarship Foundation budget as presented.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Brewer, will you present your report on the Carr Scholarship Foundation office procedures and processes, please?
Yes, sir, happy to. So today, under our series covering the office policies and procedures, we're going to cover our mineral and royalty interest inventory. And the number one responsibility for a well-managed mineral and royalty portfolio is to first know and fully understand what you own and where it's located. The Carr Foundation owns mineral and royalty interest in 16 Permian Basin counties. All of the interests owned by the foundation are an undivided interest. They are relatively small, and they are not contiguous. Typically, the foundation's mineral interest is a 32nd or less. A few tracts are a 16th, some an 1/8, and a few a quarter of the minerals in a defined tract or section. The vast majority of our interest is a non-participating royalty interest, which is a mix of some producing and some non-producing interest. So for the report today, to help everyone visually understand what we own and where it's located, we put together some maps. And the one you see in front of you right now covers Yoakum, Terry, Gaines, and also the north half, or the north part of Andrews County. You'll notice that the green and red dots are permits from the past 12 months. So these are wells that have been permitted over the last 12 months. Now, it's actually covered with wells all over, but we don't have that level turned on because it would be very confusing. So it may look like there's not an interest, or there's not a well on that interest, but there actually is on the majority of them. So mineral interest owned by the Carr Foundation is in blue, and royalty interest is in purple. And like I said a minute ago, you can see here is a prime example. The vast majority of the interest that the Carr Foundation owns is a royalty interest. So our largest interest is in Gaines County, and I have reported in the past that that's over 75% of our annual royalty revenue, and actually the lion's share majority of that comes from one unit called the Seminole San Andreas unit, which surrounds the town of Seminole and runs diagonally north and south. So we'll move along. Also, I just also want to make sure that everybody understands the difference between a mineral interest and a royalty interest. So they're very similar and basically the same thing because you own minerals in the ground, but when you own a mineral interest, you have the right to lease and you have a right to collect a bonus and delay rentals. When you own a royalty interest, you do not. You only get the share of the production after a well is drilled and completed. So here we go with Andrews County down into Ector, and even up in Gaines County. This is what we refer to as the Central Basin Platform. This is your conventional production. It's vertical wells. Most of this was developed and explored pre-1950. Also remember that Mr. Carr was a leasing agent, and that's how he acquired this interest. So he worked for Humble Oil, which now is Exxon, and as he was part of his compensation package back then, through the 20s through the 50s, obviously not allowed today, but he could purchase interest for his personal portfolio, and that's what we have today.
On the first map, those wells are horizontal wells, I would suppose. On your first map? They're horizontal, not vertical?
No, these are vertical as well. This is still Central Basin Platform. Gaines down to Andrews, Ector, and even south into Crane County is what we refer to as Central Basin Platform. We'll get to the vertical in just a second. Also, some mineral interest over in Winkler County, been held by production for a very long time. Ector, there's lots of fractionalized interest in Ector County where we own, say, the northeast quarter of a section or the northeast, so down to a quarter call, and we would only own, say, 80 acres in that section or that tract. So now we move in to the Delaware Basin, and this is where things are exciting today. This is where you have your horizontal wells being drilled, and just look at all of the new permits that have been filed even in a downturn in the Delaware Basin. So this is Reeves County. These are our 3 mineral properties that are in Reeves County. The one to the west is the only instance where the Carr Foundation owns half of the minerals in a section. That is kind of on the edge of the Bone Springs and the Wolf Bone, but the production is moving that way. So we have high hopes for that. All 3 of these sections are currently under lease and within the primary term. Also, very small royalty interest there on the Reeves, Pecos County line.
Reeves is probably the busiest county in West Texas right now.
Oh, absolutely.
South of Pecos, where this production is.
Right.
Yeah, they're busy. I mean, it's still
In all of the country, probably,
yes,
I would say,
I would
right.
still call it a boomtown. There's still a lot of man camps in Pecos. Yeah, yeah.
Are any of our horizontal wells in a situation where we're looking at allocation issues? Or are most of the lease areas where we're at all leased by one operator? Are we looking at any type of legal issues there?
So, no, not currently. We did have this section right here, the funny-looking one, to the east that was leased by a company called Manti, and they have partnered with COG and drilled 2 horizontal wells, and we were able to do everything through our lease, and our lease is very strict, and we'll get into that in another board meeting. But they did that through a pooling agreement. So we pooled our acreage with another section, and we're able to drill those 2 horizontal wells.
Okay, thank you.
And we also work very closely with our attorney, Patrick Shannon. He knows everything that's going on in the Permian, and so we always turn to him for advice when we have a legal matter. Okay, so this is Ward, Crane, Ector, still part of the Central Basin platform with Ector County and Crane. Ward is starting to get into your unconventional horizontals as well. Here we have Upton County, where we own a few mineral interests in the Shafter Lake unit. Then Midland, we have some Braun leases up here in the south of Midland. Now we're getting into the Midland Basin. So this is the other exciting area of the Permian Basin. This is the Wolf Camp and the Wolfberry and the Sprayberry. Howard, Glasscock, Reagan County, this is also still very active right now. Not as much, we don't own as much interest over here as we would like to. So there's our Howard and Glasscock County interest. Those have both been held by production for a very long time, but we have seen, they have gone in and reworked those wells, and they're doing fabulous. So, and lastly, we own 2 half sections right there in Runnels County. We own a royalty interest there, and that has not been produced for a very, very long time. So. This chart just summarizes kind of what we've seen on the maps and what we've talked about. It lists our 16 counties and the number of interest or the number of properties that the Carr Foundation owns. But if you'll look at that bottom line, it really kind of tells the story here, because you'll see that the Carr Foundation owns 272 different properties. Our gross acreage on those properties is 128,000. Our net acres on those properties, and this is mineral and royalty properties together, is 3,600. So it's very fractionalized, it's very small, it's lots of pieces all over that end up coming together and being a nice portfolio for us. So, and if you look at that on an average, out of a 640 acre section, the Carr Foundation typically owns 13 net mineral acres, or 2%. And now when we talk about university lands, we talk about that a lot. Gross acres for university lands is 2 million, and their net acres is 1.5 million. So they own, on average, 75% of their properties. So actually, most of them, they own 100%. It's just some they do not. So, okay. Well, that's the end, and I was just going to touch on the procedures really quickly. So all foundation mineral interests are closely monitored in our mineral interest inventory. Quarterly foundation staff audits the status of each of those mineral interests and determines whether it's open and available for lease, whether it's held by production and in the secondary term, or whether it's leased and within the primary term of that lease. Then we use drilling info to verify that both our leased and unleased properties are adequately protected. When monitoring unleased mineral interest, our number one goal is to certainly get that property leased and eventually developed. But again, because we have that fractionalized interest, it's kind of a fine line and a delicate balance, so we handle each one on a case-by-case basis. Those are also monitored in drilling info, and more direction is always given when we own a larger interest. So if we own a 16th or more of the minerals in that section, which would equate to 40 net mineral acres, that's where we spend our time. And also, our royalty interest is monitored very similarly as our mineral interest, and we have our inventory where we go in and make sure that the interest that we own lines up with what we're getting paid. So.
And you do audits out in the field with the different companies to make sure that we're getting the right amount of
We have never done any field audits. We do audits within our office. We contact the company. We get, we check our production volumes. We check everything that we can within the office.
to make sure you're close.
Yes, sir.
I thought that Regent Johnny Walker at the time had an audit or evaluation. Is that right? Didn't we do something similar? We had the Bank of Texas. Bank of Texas.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so that was.
And that's what we just finished, those 2 phases.
Yes, ma'am.
It seems like when I was visiting with you, that you also had, a study's been done about how long these properties are likely to continue producing, and it's a long time.
Oh, absolutely. To date, they say that, okay, you've got to think that the Permian has been producing since since the 1920s. They say that only 10% of the Permian has been produced to date. So there is still 90% left, 90% of the oil left in the ground in the Permian Basin.
And we're increasing recovery technology.
Correct, every day.
So the Carr Foundation is going to do good for a long, long time.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a great question, Mr. Hammond. Ms. Brewer and I have discussed several times the belief that Mr. Carr, when he gave the money, the rumor was then, not actually supported, was that the Permian Basin was going to run out of oil in 15 to 20 years, from the time he gave the oil to us. So, supposedly the smart people back then, and this is about, 25 years, 30 years ago?
Yes, sir.
30 years ago plus, it's completely changed since then.
Mr. Carr hoped that we would be able to have $1 million foundation off of what he left us because he felt that he was giving us a depleted asset.
Wow. Mr. Rogers, Rick just made that statement to me, what you just said. In the 80s, everybody thought we were running out of oil. And
Everyone thought 90% of the oil had been pulled out of the ground.
yeah.
So, and all this technology has shown up.
We've become an exporter, not an importer.
Candace, you do a remarkable job.
Well, thank you.
With the staff you have, to know the facts and figures that you know, that's remarkable.
Well, I love my job and I love being part of the Carr Foundation,
Well.
so.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to second that. What we get here is a 2-minute or 5-minute presentation. I've had the privilege of going out there and spending a day with these folks, and believe me, they know what's going on. They're sharp. They're very much in charge, and you're to be congratulated, all of you. And Brian May gets a little bit of credit, but mostly these guys are.
We won't hold that against Candace.
Mr. Chairman, if you like maps, you certainly have tons of them
Oh,
there at
yes.
the office.
We
And
love maps.
y'all have done a great job, and I would echo that, and also say that y'all have said this as a staff, but as Regent mentioned, that you go and you spend some time there, and there's this great picture on the wall of Mr. Carr. And he's in uniform, and he has a military background, military history, but as they always say, he's always here watching us. And that's the culture within the office over there, so y'all do a great job.
You know what's interesting? Hopefully he knew, maybe he did or not, but Gaines County, Reeves County, Andrews County, the richest counties in the state of Texas from oil production. Little luck maybe, but he knew what he was doing.
Right.
he knew what he was doing.
Well, anything other further questions or comments? Candace, thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Final item of business or announcements at this time. If there are any other announcements to be made, the chairman does not have any. Any other further business to come before the board? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor? Motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we move on to facilities, as I said earlier, this is our last meeting, but to look ahead, our future regent is here. Jeremy, please stand. Everybody knows Jeremy from the Health Science Center in El Paso, which we're very proud of. First regent, student regent from the Health Science Center in El Paso, which is great. And we're so glad that you'll be joining us in August, and we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you. Chairman Anders, facilities.
Chairman, the Facilities Committee is now called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 25th, 2016.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Michael, would you please begin with item 1?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 1 is the first one of 5 items related to the MP1 reports for each institution as well as the system. As an overarching statement, the matrix that you have represent each institution's vision for the next 5 years in terms of CIP or capital improvement projects. You will notice, or you might have noticed from previous year, this happens every May, reportable to the THECB in June, July, which there's a process of reporting all this data. It takes about a month and a half to do that. The key thing is some things roll off if they do not fall in within each institution's strategic plan. Some things are adjusted due to cost escalation, and some things are added based on the vision for the next 5 years. So that's within the wherewithal of each institution. And the system supports the relationship between the institution and the THECB in coordinating those costs, square footages, the analyses that's required by the state. With that, I'll run through the 5. So ASU is the first one. It's a capital projects plan, 8 items, $99.7 million in total. I won't go into every single line item, but there's been several additions to this one, particularly 4, 5, 6, and 7 with some adjustments, and they're sitting at $99.7 million at this point. The recommendation on the table is to approve this list for Angelo State University and submit it to the THECB in June, July.
Questions of anyone?
Quick comment. Thank you, Michael. I had reached out to Michael and asked him to take all 5 of these, highlight the differences between last year and this year in both cost added and deducted projects. The good news for Michael is after this meeting, he gets a couple of months where he gets to really work before we start these again.
Yeah.
And he dedicates all his time to answering questions from me. So
That was actually good information, Chris.
really good information because I could sit down and we could compare the notes and talk about why something was added or cost was changed or something like that. So thank you for doing
Regent
that.
Huckabee, those are available to anybody who wants those. We have those to share if needed on the side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, very, very helpful though, to see.
Brian, do you have any comments on the report? No. Anything you'd like to, okay. There's any further questions on item 1? I'll entertain a motion. Have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, if you continue with item 2.
Item 2 is approve the 5-year capital projects plan, which is the same thing we just did with ASU for Texas Tech University, referred to as the MP1 report. Texas Tech is has a little bit longer list. $611 million, 30 key items. They've done a great job reorganizing some things off and on the list and making adjustments according to the current and projected need for the next 5 years. The recommendation on the table for the $611+ million plan is to submit this to the THECB. And one thing I forgot to mention, this is not to submit to the THECB for approval. It's for documentation and recording purposes so they have record of what the vision of each institution is.
Michael, also on that same note, if a project moves forward and is actually in construction, it comes off this report, is that right?
That's a good point. So you'll notice on the list, some things that are under construction are still on the list that we've recently started, or if you've only approved the planning and not the construction, it stays on the list. Once we're fully approved, which like there's an example of one of those today, we will go through the reporting process. Once they've responded, it's recorded and documented with the state, it will roll off the list. And that shows on that side-by-side comparison as well.
Any questions of Michael on item 2?
Now, Michael, what's the library storage building?
What item is that,
Item
sir?
19.
Yeah, 19, the 5.7 million, the library is being analyzed. The very last item is also a renovation of the library. The library storage building, they've taken books and/or material out to a storage facility. They have a vision for continued growth in that regard, and there's an opportunity or possibility for an expansion of the storage facility, warehousing, if you will. The key there is it's climate controlled, very sensitive to wind, dirt, and humidity to make that happen. So it's a little bit more expensive than a typical warehouse.
So is this outside the academic core?
Yes, sir.
Is this off somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Regents Francis, if you recall at the February meeting, we talked about the library a little bit. What the dean would like to do, which I think needs to be done, is to create more study space within the library. And the way to do that is to select books that are rarely checked out, move them into storage facilities. This is what university libraries across the country are doing now. Move them off-site to a storage facility where they can still be pulled when asked for, but in effect free up space to create more study space for students.
Once we buy a book, do we just keep it forever? Or does somebody one day decide to have a book burning and we...
We don't have any book burnings on campus.
He's been around a long time.
Former committee on that.
Yeah.
Chaired by you.
Chaired by him.
There is a, I can't remember the exact requirement, speaking with Bell at the library, we just had a meeting about the bigger renovation of the library, and the archives or keeping these records are important in relation to Tech being a research institution, and its connectivity with that kind of data, hard and digitally accessed.
Any further questions of anybody on the item 2? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, same thing, item 3.
Okay, item 3 is Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center to approve the 5-year capital projects plan and authorize the submission of the MP1 report. The HSC plan is 23 key items, $383.4 million. In the same way, the recommendation is to approve this list and allow us to report it to the THECB for documentation.
Since Ted's not here, Chancellor, are there any comments you want to add on item 3?
No.
Okay.
I think Ted wanted all that money moved to El Paso when I talked to him last year.
I was wondering when you were going to say that. Yeah.
I think Ted's listening.
He's watching. Yeah. Yeah. We are being filmed.
Oh, hi, Elmo. Never mind.
Elmo's here. Yeah.
That's called watching your back.
Yeah. Any questions on item 3, the Health Science Center? I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
John? Motion carries. Same thing, Michael, item 4.
Yes, sir. Item 4 is to approve the 5-year capital projects plan and authorize the submission of the MP1 report for the Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso. The list is 8 key items, $387 million plus, as listed on the screen. We can, any comments from Dr. Lang, or we can continue on to the recommendation.
Elmo's going to suggest you move this over to him, so.
I concur with that. I concur with that recommendation.
Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry. Say again.
No, the only 2 additions from the previous 5-year plan are a new clinical science building, which we've outgrown our current one, and the addition of the dental school building for future plans.
Good.
So the excuse me.
Quick question on your TRB, and you've got a total of 84, and you've got the 75, and you have the 8.8 that's unfunded. So is the building going to come in at the TRB funded level, or are you gonna raise money for the remaining balance, or how does?
We're actually in that planning process right now.
Okay.
And that is, two things. One is to ascertain how much research is primarily research space and what the cost is per square foot, and how much additional administrative or classroom space we'll need based upon the future as well. So we'll fill that back in. My understanding is from the TRB is that they would provide 90% and expect us to provide 10% of that. That was, they would not provide the full 100%.
Okay. Any further questions, anyone? Call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, item 5.
Item 5 is a little easier. It's approving the 5-year capital projects plan and authorize submission of the MP1 report for the TTU system administration. There is nothing on the list because the new system office rolled off. It has been reported and documented by the state. And as you can tell, if you've been here maybe for a day or so, that we are certainly vertical on that building. So we are moving forward, and I'll report on that in a bit. So there is nothing on the list for the system.
Nothing on the list. I assume there's no questions, so I'll call for a motion.
We need a motion?
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, continue with item 6, please.
Item 6 will be presented by Dr. Skubanek and Dr. Gallion. Maybe not. So this item is approve the naming of a classroom in the Animal and Food Sciences building for Texas Tech University. This is just for reference. The Animal Sciences building is on the west edge of campus. Most of us know it. Just want to give a point of reference. The location of this building is in Violet, classroom 102A. And the recommendation on the table is to approve the naming of classroom 102A within this same building, the naming it the Max Miller Education Room in his honor. The donor concurs with the naming of this interior space, and the appropriate signage will specify the name. This is interior signage, not exterior signage. On behalf of Texas Tech University, basically, there's a 53-year service by Dr. Miller. See you there, Dr. Skubanek. Go ahead.
I was just going to add the very comments that Michael was just now making, that Dr. Max Miller had a distinguished career at Texas Tech of over 53 years. He affected many students through his long teaching role here at the university. Because he impacted so many lives, they felt this was an appropriate way to recognize his contributions.
Any questions of Dr. Skubanek on this item?
When you do a naming like that to honor someone, is part of the plaque that would go say that this was a professor of 53 years at our university, or people 15 or 20 years from now left to wonder who Max Miller was?
There is an OP for interior signage. We'll certainly comply with that, but there is certainly the opportunity to have some purpose below why that room was named for that person. Yes, sir.
Very, very justly deserved, I might add. Lawrence, thank you. Any questions of anyone on the board? Call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
A motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Lisa, do you want to assist Michael in this item, or Michael, you want to do the next one?
We on item 6?
Item 7.
Item 7 is approve the naming of the Sports Medicine Center. This is similar to several other namings. This diagram is really just to explain to you the Sports Performance Center, which is now under construction. All of the dark colored flags there are names that have been approved by the board and their general location. The red flag is the Becky and Kelly Joy Family Sports Medicine Center gift for the top left corner up in there. There's a little box that is the Sports Medicine Center, i.e. the trainers area for the sports, and that is the space that's being named. This is an exterior sign, and it will be in the board-approved standard 10-inch metal letters, Becky and Kelly Joy Family Sports Medicine Center, right on the north-facing corner of the new facility, just to the east, or to the west of the tower. The recommendation is to approve this as described. The donor does concur with the naming of this interior space. For reference, the cost check for the gift versus the 50% rule that the Board of Regents has applied is in effect and does qualify. And the appropriate signage for the Sports Medicine Center will specify the approved name on the exterior.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Lisa, any comments from you?
We're
Okay.
just very fortunate to have the choice as
Yep, great. Congratulations on another substantial gift, by the way. Any questions of any members of the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, continue with item 8, please.
Okay, item 8 is the Texas Tech University Health Science Center. Approve a project to construct the new Panhandle Clinical Simulation Center on the TTU HSC Amarillo campus. Little caveat, very exciting. I think this is accurate. This is the first TRB project to actually gain approval or being requested for approval for construction in the state. If I'm wrong on that, there might be one or two in some smaller institutions I'm unaware of, but very exciting. Thank you to the 84th Texas legislature for approving this project. The reason we're moving quickly on this is we had already partnered previously under the direction of Dr. Mitchell to start studying this over 2 years ago, and we were already poised from a partnering standpoint to move the project forward quickly. For your reference, this is, if you haven't been to the campus in a while, the School of Medicine and the School of Allied Health, and the center is the primary facility. To the left on the screen is the research building. To the right's the SOP, or School of Pharmacy, and the School of Pharmacy Academic Center. To the right, where the red star is the site location shown in blue here on the screen. This is the located on the first building on the 10.89 Harrington gift land that many of y'all were here at that time when that was accepted. And the blue box represents the scale of the building that we're asking for full approval today. The facility is 20,485 gross square feet as defined from a spatial blocking diagram here. And this covers everything from classrooms, sim lab, standardized patient rooms, debriefs, resource center, student gathering, faculty offices, and support spaces, and of course the common spaces like restrooms and hallways. The scope of the work is to construct into completion the 20,485 gross square foot of facility, and it'll include the things bulletized below on the list, which I just mentioned prior. The key point here is the first bullet. The SIM spaces for teaching actually affect medical, nursing, pharmacy all together, not just one or two. It's all three. All the operation in Amarillo, we use this facility. The budget is within the Board of Regents approved $9.75 million. The construction amount is about 6.8. And this is Western Builders out of Amarillo. The professional services is Decker Parrish Sabatini out of Amarillo and Albuquerque, and that's the $874,000. And the remaining is FF&E and soft costs. Art and landscape do apply to this project, and they will be managed appropriately. The goal right now is to be substantially complete in October of 2017. So the recommendation is to basically proceed with this project at the $9.75 million for full construction and completion. Report to the THECB and use the funds as described in Bullet 2, which is the same as the original board item presented for design.
Any questions of anyone on this item, on the Panhandle Sim Center? No questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, we're going to move past item 9 for a minute and move to item 10. Lisa, would you assist Michael in presenting item 10, please?
This is the HSC El Paso. Approve the naming of the Dean's Conference Room in the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing. This is the SON building we just recently completed, and this is the one right across from the used to be primary campus and the art garden to the right. So that gives you a point of reference in the space in between.
The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that the Board of Regents approve the naming of the Dean's Conference Room within the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing building, the Novotny Conference Room. Robert Novotny and Jean Novotny, PhD, have made a generous pledge to the Nursing Fund for Excellence. Jean M. Novotny, Ph.D., RN, FAAN, was appointed Dean and Professor at Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso in January 2013. Prior to coming to Texas, she served as Dean and Professor at Fairfield University for 10 years and held academic appointments at the University of Virginia, Vanderbilt University, Case Western Reserve University, and Kent State University. Her current research is focused on creating strategic partnerships that support the care of older adults and the advancement of nursing science. And on a personal note, I know many of you have met her. She is a dynamic force, and we are delighted that she is with us. The donor concurs with the naming of this interior space. Appropriate signage for the conference room will specify the approved name. Thank you.
Lisa. Any questions of Lisa or Michael on item 10? No questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to jump back now to item 9. We have a very special item to bring before the committee and the board this morning. Lisa, if you, Michael, would present item 9, please.
The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President of Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso, that the Board of Regents approve naming of the entry lobby within the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing building, the Lawrence Tyler Francis Grand Lobby. Lawrence Tyler Francis, the son of Regent Rick Francis and his wife Ginger, unexpectedly passed away on November 24th, 2014, at the age of 29. A fifth-generation El Pasoan, Tyler's dream lay in the wild blue yonder, not behind a desk. His passion for aviation led him to purchase his first airplane shortly after graduating from college, and he flew between Lubbock and his hometown of El Paso while attending graduate school at Texas Tech University. Tyler graduated with an MBA from the Rawls College of Business in December of 2011. Tyler's parents, they share with Tyler the heartfelt desire to help others and give back to the community. Regent Francis' commitment and leadership on the Board of Regents and Ginger's dedication to the establishment of the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing also exemplify of their family's passion for making a difference. We appreciate all they achieve and all they continue to accomplish for the Texas Tech University system. To honor the life and legacy of Tyler, the donors concur with the naming of this interior space. Appropriate signage for the entry lobby will specify the approved name. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
I don't know really what to say. I purposely left because I didn't want to be here when you did this, but let me just say on behalf of our family that we very much appreciate this naming and a reminder of our son in this beautiful building and this campus that both Ginger and I have spent so much of our life focused on, and it is a touching, will be a touching memory. And had I known this was kind of going to happen, Ginger probably would have been here. And I apologize that we didn't coordinate that well. But I will share with her what has happened today, and we very much, our family does very, very much appreciate this gesture. Thank you.
It gives me great honor to call for a motion for this item.
Mr. Chairman, I proudly move to approve the naming of the Lawrence Tyler Francis Grand Lobby.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz, for that motion. Would I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Enthusiastically approved, I might add. Rick, to you and your family, our continued prayers and support for everything that you and your family have represented for Texas Tech and all that the fine people that you are. And Tyler was epitome of that. This is well deserved.
Thank you all.
President Lane, would you present item 11, please, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege and tell you, Rick Francis, that I know you're extremely proud of Tyler, but I'm going to tell you right now, he's extremely proud of you. And I'm honored to have had the opportunity to get to know you. And, man, I guarantee you, he is looking down right now with great pride of your leadership. And I love you, brother.
It's mutual. I love you too. Well said, John. Rick?
Thank you for the last motion, and, excuse me, passing of it. It means a lot to us. We're a close family in El Paso, and so thank you very much. And I'm excited that when you walk into the nursing building, the first thing you're going to see is Tyler's name. So that's great. Excuse me, give me about 15 seconds.
Take your time.
And a Kleenex. I'd apologize, but it's nice to care so deeply for people and for the institution. Thank you. Whew. All right. The Chancellor concurs with my recommendation that the Board of Regents authorize the President or President's designee to negotiate and execute an agreement to execute an amendment to the lease agreement between Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso and MediStar El Paso Medical Center. What's shown before you is a medical office building currently under construction. It will house 110,000 square feet of office space. Will occupy 60,000 square feet of that initially, and then grow to 90,000 square feet over the course of the next 5 years. You all were kind to approve and execute a 20-year lease with MediStar in May of 2015. We're asking for an amendment of that to increase the price of about 6% for an additional $2.6 million over the 20-year lease term. And that project will cover the growth, additional faculty, additional FFE, additional offices we're going to put in, and that will be amortized over the 20-year period. So we're asking for your approval for this amendment to the lease.
Any questions of anyone from Dr. Lang on this item? Rick, we've got the faculty pretty well identified that would require this additional space.
We're in the process of doing that right now, sir. They're all a very heavy recruitment phase.
Any other questions of Dr. Lang? Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Dr. Lang, if you'd continue with item 12, please.
Yes, sir. Item 12 deals with the authorization for the use of eminent domain. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation provided by me that the Board of Regents authorize the Chancellor or the Chancellor's designee to use the power of eminent domain on behalf of Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso to acquire properties identified and is shown above. What's shown in the picture here, outlined in yellow, is the properties currently owned by Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso. The region shown as red is the region that's proposed for eminent domain. And that's critical because that 7.3 acres will house our new TRB building, that is the building that Vice Chairman Moffett referred to, the medical science building, which will be constructed. And the other parcel will be important for the parking that's associated with that as well. On January 22nd, 2016, under the exigent circumstances, approval was granted by the board and the chair of Finance Committee to endorse this to proceed with eminent domain. We've had offers to these properties. We'll go into more of that detail in that in executive session, and several of the property owners have accepted that. And there are several that are under review right now. There are some that probably will not accept the offer, so this authorizes the Chancellor or Chancellor's designee to proceed with the eminent domain proceedings.
Any questions of Dr. Lang or Chancellor Duncan? Do you have any comments on this? Okay.
There appear to be two little out tracks that keeps us from.
Pardon me, sir? Oh, those two pieces in the middle outlined in yellow.
Actually, there's only one little out track on the left side, right in the middle. It's a gray area.
Yes, sir, and those are properties that we currently already own.
We all know,
Oh, so the yellow dotted line should go all the way
yellow
around?
dotted line? I'm sorry you mentioned that, Regent Hammonds. There is a property owner that decided to construct an apartment building in an attempt to escalate the price of that particular piece of land. Fortunately, it sits on the very edge of the properties, and although being an eyesore and a constant source of frustration will not impede our ability to proceed with the TRB building.
And you don't need, well, and so the imminent domain proceeding will not include that property?
That is correct. I think the property was built with the intention that we would eminent domain it at a markedly escalated price, and we've decided that's really not our mission.
Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you. I understand. I'm sorry I misunderstood the question.
Well, I did not phrase it well.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, Dr. Lang, on this item? No further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Michael, would you continue with item 13, please?
Yes, sir, thank you. Item 13 is the report on all our facilities projects. I'm just going to spend about 2 or 3 minutes on this and run through each one. The Maddox Engineering Research Center, which is at the entry to the quay. You'll notice the middle drawing at the center is the new facade. That's a gray and white. It will not actually be gray and white. It's a rendering. But I think the key point there is that we're embodying the original campus intent in terms of Spanish Renaissance design into the entry portal, which is a key Master Plan 2014 update goal. And that will be in the spirit and architectural detailing of the William Ward Watkin original master plan. The right side pictures might not be too exciting to most of you, but basically we've added the vent stacks on the bottom, which are serving all the labs within the building, which was a major undertaking, as well as some of the internal pieces. The fiscal outlay in the red tag just tells you where the dollars are being spent, original to current. We're pretty much on track with all of that. Project is under budget at this time, and then the middle bottom just documents that proration in a pie chart for you. Great partner, Western Builder, Conrad Design Group, doing very well. We are scheduled to complete for the fall of 2016 utilization of the facility. And there is a September 16th, I believe, ribbon cutting ceremony scheduled with coordinating that with the Maddox Foundation and Lisa's group. It'll be a really great event to be at. And please stop me if there's any questions about any projects. The next one is the industrial engineering building renovation. This was the previous or former petroleum engineering building. Phase 1 is actually complete, and it's done as the highest level interior for that type utilization for this institute, for this college. So very, very nicely done. Once again, the metrics are broken out as shown. All fast track, all done very, very carefully within an operating facility, and things are moving well. You did approve a phase 2, which is the first floor. This is all the second floor, which we're just now kicking that off as well. The Rawls College of Business Administration edition. This project is moving very well. Very good partner group with Lee Lewis, Park Hill Smith and Cooper, all local. One key question that has come up from some of you at the board and some at this table. The brick color does not look accurate and right, and actually it is. We have not acid etched that yet, and that's the final cleaning, which kind of cleans the brick to make it look like it was supposed to. There's a lot of dust on it. After about 3.5 windstorms and dirt storms, it'll really look good, or maybe just one haboob, it'll be just fine. It'll look exactly like the rest of the facility. The brick is accurate and right and done, and the project's moving very well. Bit of a red line in terms of scheduling. We're still shooting for this 2016 fall. We're on schedule for that, but we're down to days completion prior to the school starting off versus a couple weeks, and that's just due to weather. Jones AT&T Stadium North End Zone building renovations going very well. If you haven't driven by here, this definitely does not look like the old ticket office. It is moving quickly. Even since the center picture was taken above the double T, the stem walls are in, the foundations are in. We've had some challenges pumping concrete into that zone, but it is working well. Project's moving good. MWM Architects and Tyner local partners. Probably the most conveying picture is the bottom right. You can see if you're walking on the previous concourse in football season, that's where the sloped glass was. And you can now look up into the building, that's all gone, and that'll be replaced with passable glass, or you can walk out to the loge seats and back for the club area. Sports Performance Center, which I believe the Facilities Committee of the Board of Regents has now dubbed this the Duck Pond in the last couple of days. So in the lower right picture, that was in the dry. The building is actually gone. It's all just dirt and berming around the edges. The berming that was excavated will be used for compaction and refill, plus some off-site soil as well. So that picture, we couldn't get it in this morning last minute, but it's now full of water. It looks really cool, but it's not supposed to be there. So we're pumping that out now, and there is no hunting allowed, Regent Steinmetz, in that area. Great partner, Flinco, new partner to us. Of course, Gensler out of Dallas, and the premier sports architects in the country. Everybody's doing a great job, on schedule for July 2017 completion. New Honors Residence Hall, which we did cancel the groundbreaking yesterday due to weather and lots of mud. We're scheduled to complete this project for the fall of 2017, so heads in beds, fall 2017. Project really does fit well into the campus in terms of COBA and Murray Hall integration and Carpenter Wells. It's going to be very nice. Good partner group, and we are currently under construction for that as we speak. Experimental Sciences Building 2, this is the site location that was originally where the yellow star is, that was predicted in the master plan. We have studied 3 or 4 different sites. We have turned those over to TTU, Dr. Opperman and his team. They're analyzing what's best in terms of connectivity, flow, and function as it relates to the sciences and research. So it's close to this site, but it could be a little farther south and maybe even south and east below the biology tower. So just know that we're still working on the programming process for this. Is one of the TRB projects. The Abilene Public Health Facility is moving quite well. Definitely had some challenges with weather there, but it is moving pretty well. I believe there was an event recently I was not at just a week or so ago where it was a tour of the facility. It went very, very well. PSC and Tittle Luther out of Abilene, and then the Imperial Construction is working on that for us. Regent Lancaster, any comments? Did we feel good about this?
Well, it's right on schedule for August, I believe.
That's correct. Yes, sir. It's tight, but it's moving. Weather's been tough down there as well. The Lubbock Education, Research, and Technology and West expansion, just a side note, on the MP1 that you just approved, that is now one line item versus 2 separate, indicating the total budget of the $83.7 million, just making sure you knew we combined those. Project programming is starting off. Like all the TRB projects, we are the want pre-programming versus the real programming and budget. There is a delta there. We're working through that. Regent Huckabee, I'm sure you can relate, that's how they all start, and we're trying to finesse that into the match, if you will, budget to square footage.
Good luck with that.
Yes, sir. It's actually going quite well. The committees on each of these projects are doing a great job, and the negotiating of who gets what space is currently going on right now. Obviously, the TBDs on the dates, but we do have an outlay in December, in August. Is it August or October? I can't remember. August or October to come back to the board with the finished program and the GMP number and pass this. So we're working through that now. The Amarillo Panhandle Clinical Sim, just talked about that earlier for approval, and that project is about 80% complete on design. Odessa Permian Basin, this is a little more challenging in terms of coordination. The programming process is kicked off. It's going very well, but there's a lot of coordination with the city on this, in that our desire is to close Dotsey Avenue, which is at the angle just above the right of the star. And we're working with the municipality now to work through those issues and how to make all that come together from a land and utilities coordination effort. We just have a little bit more work to do on that while the programming process is proceeding.
Were we able to, if you wouldn't mind going back?
Yes, sir.
Were we able to buy the house in the south corner?
Yes, that is in our ownership. We'll be demolishing that for full utilization of that site. Yes, sir. HSE El Paso, MSB2, Dr. Lang just spoke about. The STAR basically is, just want to confirm that that is not only the proposed site, that is now the site in which we will be building on. It'll actually, in planning terms, it'll close the quad, so that internal art area will be much like any very high-quality design campus in the country. The ASU LeGrand Football Stadium press box, we're about 80% to 90% complete on construction drawings. We're now working with our Gary Donaldson Architects and then our new partner, Western Builders, in establishing that final cost on that. We are within the $3 million, but where those dollars go in terms of finishes and foundation, that finesse work is still continuing. The goal date is TBD now. I know it's basically ASAP is the project schedule at this point.
It's a day or night game question.
Exactly, yes, sir. The ASU Hunter Strain Engineering, that's the smaller project of $4 million that we're working with Dr. May on, and that is moving along quite well with Kenny Frankie Architects, and also Western Builders won that as well. That contract, Regent Huckabee is routing as we speak. The ASU Archer College of Health and Human Services, that programming process is continuing, moving very well. This one's probably ahead of all of them in terms of schematic design. Dr. May's team's done a great job really negotiating those spaces I talked about earlier in some other projects, and we're getting very close to some getting back to the board for full approval on this project. System office building, excited to say, even with the weather, is moving well. We're still scheduled for March 2017 move-in, but for a few offices might not move in due to legislative process and session. They just can't break down their office and move over, but we'll coordinate that. Project's moving very well. First floor is fully framed in, running electrical. Third floor exterior walls are being filled and built as we speak. And we've been flying steel basically for the last 45 days, or erecting steel. So project's moving well, on budget. Good partner group, local PSC, and JT Vaughn out of Houston is our general contractor. And then the public art process is just a quick fly through of many things moving forward on all over the campus and on every project. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michael, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items that come before the Facilities Committee at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Andrews. Chairman Steinmetz, Audit Committee.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes held on February 25th, 2016.
So moved. Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. Ms. Turner, would you please present item number 1?
Thank you, yes. I wanted to mention a couple of audits that we completed this quarter. You might remember that last year we completed audits of TTU and ASU related to Title IX. Title IX is the federal legislation enacted in 1972 to promote gender equity in educational programs that receive federal funds. Historically, it's been associated most closely with athletics, women's athletics, but in recent years it's been greatly expanded to cover things like sexual misconduct, sexual assault. There's a lot of activity on the national level. There's over 100 higher ed institutions that are currently under investigation by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. None of ours are. We had good results on all 4 of these audits. These most recent 2 audits are the 2 health sciences centers. We had good results, some recommendations related to policy and procedure. And because this is a constantly evolving issue, with new information coming out constantly from the Office of Civil Rights, including a week ago. John Huffaker's office plans to take all of our audit reports, lay them side by side, and his staff is going to make sure that our policies and procedures keep up with what information and new cases are coming down related to Title IX. Also wanted to let you know that we have gone through an RFP process, and we've selected the audit firm that's going to audit Texas Tech Health Science Center El Paso in conjunction with the request for separate accreditation for El Paso from SACS, which is our accrediting body. We have to have at least 2 years of financial statement audits there. So we went through a process. We selected a firm out of Houston called Belt Harris Pahachik.
They exclusively work with government entities, mostly or exclusively in the state of Texas. Their clients have included UT Tyler, Texas Southern, and University of Houston. At Texas Southern, they were the auditors that came in following a fraud investigation of the CFO and the president there, and successfully performed about 3 years of financial statement audits. They also testified before SACS on behalf of Texas Southern. So we were very impressed with their experience that they brought to the table, and we'll begin working with them on the audits in the next few weeks. They'll do a lot of work this summer to prepare. I wanted to pass along a compliment that I received from one of our construction audit firms, from one of the auditors that actually digs in and does all the work. He has 30 plus years of construction audit experience. That's all he does. He doesn't do anything but construction audits. And he sent me via email. He was talking about a project they worked on, and he said, I must admit, you have the most efficient team in terms of internal control, best practices, and risk mitigation procedures in the construction arena. So I wanted to pass that along publicly to Michael and his team. That's not a lightly given compliment from this person. And lastly, in case anybody missed it, Governor Abbott proclaimed last week Internal Audit Week in the state of Texas. So we all took the week off. Just kidding. We did not take the week off.
You did take the week off, or you did?
No. We wanted to take the week off. We kept working then. Are there any questions related to our report?
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Hearing no questions, the committee will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code, and we'll move to the Red Raider Lounge for this portion of the committee meeting.
check.
Hey, Victoria. Good. Thank you.
check, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, check, check.
Hey, Daly, how are you doing, sir?
Check, 1, 2, check, check, 1,
Okay.
2, check, 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 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, check, check.
Oh, okay. Oh, that'd be great. And I'm going to mention it today in my financial report. And so it'll fit right in. I'm not going to scoop it, but Absolutely. That's right.
Chairman Steinmetz,
Sir,
please continue.
Board will now reconvene in open session. There were no action items to consider from executive session. This concludes the meeting of the audit committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Francis, Finance Administration.
Finance Administration is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 25th, 2016.
So moved.
Second.
I think we need to
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
make sure we
Opposed, carries. Ms. Sloan, please begin with item number 1.
Good morning. On behalf of both Texas Tech University and Texas Tech University System Administration, we respectfully request your approval of the first agenda item to approve revisions to traffic and parking regulations and fees. This item establishes the traffic and parking regulations and fees to be assessed for the upcoming fiscal year 17. The agenda item includes some housekeeping changes to reflect changes in designation of some parking lots. For example, commuter parking east of Jones AT&T Stadium due to the Sports Performance Center construction. The agenda item also includes a proposed permit fee increase that ranges from 22 cents increase per month for the satellite commuter lot to $2.67 increase per month for the parking garage. It is about a $1 per month increase for employee surface lot and student residence hall surface lots. Since fiscal year 13, we have had 2 years with no rate increases, so the average increase since fiscal year 13 has been 2%. We expect this change to generate an additional $150,000 in revenue, which is being utilized to fund maintenance costs and small expansion projects to prepare for the continued growth rate for parking space needs anticipated over the next couple of years. Plans for this summer include expansion of the commuter lot north of Rawls College of Business Administration, off-campus bus transfer stop at the Business College, Holden and West Hall new bus stop, and Holden Hall lot rebuild, as well as bus stop wayfinding signage. We continue to assess our continued growth needs through 2020. We spent the last year updating our planning model, design, data collection processes, and in FY17 we will prepare a full update to the long-range parking plan. Traffic and parking revenue continues to be reinvested into maintenance and addressing the continued growth of the institution. We respectfully request your approval of this agenda item.
Questions? And I entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Mr. Cavan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like TTU, the Health Science Center is recommending a slight increase in our parking rates also. We've not changed our rates in 3 years, so the last increase was in September of 2012. You can see from the agenda item that there is an increase requested of 70 cents a month for most employees, because probably 98% of our employees park in area parking, to about 45 cents a month for students. That'll generate approximately $33,000 of additional revenue for the Health Science Center. Now, since parking is an auxiliary enterprise, it must be self-funded financially. So it has to pay for all the employees, has to pay for the operating expenses, has to pay for any lot improvements, and even new construction of lots that might tie to our enrollment growth. So with all of that, it's necessary we create some balances, and I recommend your approval of this item.
Questions? Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Item number 3.
The next item is to seek authorization for the president to execute a contract with an IT consultant. Now, the purpose of this engagement would be an assessment of our various devices, our configurations and applications that make up our entire current network infrastructure. The last overall network assessment was done back in 2009. And with the advancements that we've seen, obviously, in technology, with the increases the Health Science Center has seen in its enrollment, which correlates to increases in employees and number of devices out there, with the increased security demands, especially with our confidential patient data and our multiple campus system, we just felt it was necessary to take this time to reassess our entire network system. Now, an RFP was issued in January, actually January 29th. We had 13 respondents to that RFP. 3 of those respondents then were invited back to campus for interviews, and 2 finalists were selected. Now, just Tuesday of this week, we selected the sole finalist. That's why you're receiving a supplement page. Janus Associates of Stamford, Connecticut is that sole finalist. The cost of this engagement would be $194,650, with about $25,000 of out-of-pocket costs. So the total cost of the engagement would be about $220,000. If it's approved, this should commence about June the 1st. So I recommend your approval of this engagement.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, Elmos of Janus has done this type of work that we're asking them to do for us, for other hospital systems,
Yes, sir.
other health
Yes,
science
sir.
centers in the country.
Yes, sir.
And the work that's about to be done will be done in conjunction with the system UT people so that we know that all this fits together as we.
You're talking about the system TTU people?
Yes, sir.
I would anticipate would be so, yes.
Mr. Hammonds, that's an excellent question. We recently had a project for Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso to install a redundancy in their network so that they had 2 methods of getting between the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center and Texas Tech University. And we formed a system collaborative team for that network redundancy. And I'm pleased to announce that it was finished this week, and we have complete network redundancy between all the main components of the Texas Tech University system. So when we work on networks, we all work together. Each one of us has intra-network responsibilities on their campus, but then they have inter-campus and internet responsibilities outside of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Hammonds, my knowledge of computers drops off dramatically once I do the functions of turning it on and off. So I did bring some help if there were some technical questions about this.
You will not be the contact then.
Thank you.
And I don't know enough to ask a technical question, but I do know it needs to all hook together.
And that obviously is the purpose of this engagement, to make sure that's happening. That'll be
Motion
part
to
of it.
approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Item number 4.
All right, I'm going to present this in place of Dr. Mitchell, and I apologize, I have no rock music or any other gimmicks associated with the presentation, but it is a request for a quasi-endowment for the Childers Freilich Basic Cancer Research Endowed Chair. Now, Dr. Celeste Freilich was the executor of the will of her cousin, Diane Childers. Dr. Freilich made the decision to donate $500,000 of her cousin's estate to TTU-HSC for cancer research, hence the name Childers Freilich. President Mitchell and Dean Burke elected to contribute $250,000 each to match that gift in order to bring it up to $1 million chair. Now, since the matching $500,000 is institutional funds, the regents must approve that as a quasi-endowment. I recommend your approval.
Questions?
Motion to approve.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Dr. Lang.
Thank you.
Texas State University Health Science Center El Paso respectfully requests that you approve revisions to the traffic and parking regulations and fees, which are identical to those that were just approved for the
Questions?
Texas Tech University Health Science Center Lubbock campus.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, carries.
Is Ted here? He acts like Ted.
All right, Mrs. Sloan, item number 6. And Mr. Brunges.
Thank you. Item number 6 is to approve a contract with TouchNet and their product referred to as PayPad. What this will allow the Texas Tech University system to do is to add a convenience fee to payments that are made by credit card. I believe that we may be the last nonprofit in existence not to at least consider a convenience fee, but we have put it off for a number of years. There's about $2.9 million in credit card fees that are absorbed within the Texas Tech University system, and this will allow us to charge for credit card fees. I might add that even the Internal Revenue Service now adds a convenience fee if you pay by credit card. With that as kind of the background in what we would like to do, Ms. Sloan, who has taken a leadership in this project, will continue with a presentation on the details of the contract. Ms. Sloan?
Thank you. TouchNet Bill Pay is a payment portal that's already in place at our institutions to show the student bill and make the payment on there. PayPath Convenience Fee Services is an additional component that can be added on to our contract with TouchNet that puts that convenience fee, an administrative technology fee, added on to those that elect to pay with a credit card. When that's done, the payment goes to them. All tuition and fees are returned to the institution, and they retain that convenience fee, the administrative technology fee, to cover their merchant fees and special processing. Our students can still elect to lower cost alternatives by using ACH or debit card payments that will not have that additional fee added to it. In discussions with PayPath Convenience Fee, they set that fee at 2.75%. Internally, we've talked about the cost that we would pass on as the convenience fee to the student being at 2%, and that the component institutions would directly pay the 0.75%, because this does take an administrative burden off of us as far as the credit card compliance, PCI compliance, and those keeping up with those rules and regulations. We've talked about a timeline that, if approved, we would continue to go through contract negotiations over the summer. We would test the systems late summer, fall, and put this in place for implementation with spring 2017 student billing. I should note that this would be for all component institutions except for ASU has opted to not implement at this time.
Ryan, what's that about?
We just feel like it wasn't a cost that we could, right now, we can absorb it.
This slide shows what the FY15 costs to the institutions were, and you can see that Texas Tech University has a very high percentage currently of students paying by credit card and a substantial cost to the institution. As Mr. Brunges mentioned, many others have a convenience fee in place. I've listed there the institutions that have a fee in place. And those fees range from 1.9% to 2.75%. So we have set ours, or proposed to set ours, on the lower side. We're also hoping that this will help lower the percentage of students that are electing to pay by credit card. At Texas Tech University, we're currently at 56%. Other institutions report that when they put this in place, it lowered the students electing that to 15 to 20%. If we even reduce it to 30% and cover the 0.75%, we'd have about a $2.2 million cost savings in our overhead, and our fee would just be the $460,000.
Might mention, to reiterate, that current fee is being paid in general by student fees across all students. So this will enable us to charge a fee on the people that are actually using the service. And by the way, the IRS does charge a fee from 2 to 4% depending upon the particular vendor you choose.
Mr. Brunges, I think this should be considered a pass-through fee, because it's really not to be seen as a revenue stream. It's more to offset the expense that students that are not paying utilizing their credit cards are essentially subsidizing those that are.
Right.
Correct?
That is correct. It's not a surcharge, it's just a pass-through of the discount cost. And you're right on target. You know, we have to, for example, when we pay tuition, we end up making this by assessing a fee against all the students. this will make it against the students that use the service. And we all expect, the last point there on this slide, we expect to see a substantial number move away from credit cards to just ACHs or other facilities we have where we will not charge a fee.
You have to decide whether the points are worth it.
That's exactly right.
Mileage is worth it.
Is there a plan to reach out and notify? I mean, you've got an awfully high number there. Is there some way to prior notify, just to give people a heads up this is coming?
We certainly can develop a communication plan in conjunction with our spring billing before this is implemented. I did want to address one thing back to Regent Steinmetz is, you'll recall we did talk about this earlier, and it was approved by the board in December that we did reduce the fee for the financial records fee that was being used to cover some of this cost. So the fee reduction to the students was already passed by the regents in December.
We will work with the student government associations to get the word out.
Well,
that's why we've delayed it to the spring.
You can go into TouchNet and put in like your banking information. You can save it, put a name to it, and then it'll draft from your bank account. So there's ways to do it, but I think your comment's right. I'll bet the number's fairly high, that there's no cost to them. They get miles for doing it. Why not?
We're actually encouraging people to use their credit card.
I think it is. I think
by
it
not charging a
absolutely is,
fee.
but I think they need to have a heads up, this is going away. Or you're gonna pay for it.
Absolutely.
Some of the reason it gets used is like the poor folks from Cotton Center would take that and spread the payment out over 3 or 4 months. So this is a financing vehicle to some of the students.
Very well could be. Very well could be.
I know you don't deal with poor folks, but some of us have to do a month to month.
The good folks in Cotton Center are still paying for last year's crop.
That's right. All right, there wasn't enough money from the crop to finance it.
That concludes our presentation, and we submit this item for approval by the board.
Any other questions?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you. Mr. Huffaker.
We have, item number 7 is our annual reset of premium rates for the self-insurance plan. We have completed our review by the actuary. This year we are recommending a 2.82% increase for resident physicians and clinical faculty physicians, those physicians who are on our faculty, and that represents the much the majority of our physicians that work with us. We're also recommending that those premiums be abated for our clinical faculty physicians. You see the rates on the agenda item. Our current posture in the self-insurance fund is that we have a total fund at the last report of about $42 million. Of that, about 7.6 is reserved for known or anticipated claims. So the fund is healthy. It is one of these funds that also has its performance, if you will, affected by the long-term investment fund. And so the difference this year is that we are not recommending an experience dividend. And that's not necessarily because suddenly we've had huge amounts more of claims or losses, but has more to do with the fact that the total self-insurance fund had built up to a fairly substantial number, quite a bit larger than $42 million. And so some of those experience dividends have been paid out over the last few years. And we're now down to a balance in the in the insurance fund that's a very healthy balance, but about right. So that's our recommendation.
Questions? Motion?
So moved. Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Carries. Mr. Brunges.
I'd like to ask Ms. Calvert to give us a little background on this item. On the OSHA Lifelong Learning Endowment Funds and what they've asked us to do in terms of the interest rate to be paid out, the spending rate. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over
number 8 first.
Yeah. All right, let me do number 8 then, please. I'm getting old and things like that. Number 8 is.
Just have 10 more years before you can retire.
I thought it was 20, Mr. Chairman.
This horse.
Out with Rick Francis.
This horse is ready to roam the pasture. This item is changes to the Regents' rules. The Regents' rules were presented to the Regents' Rules Committee, and they are recommending approval of these rule changes. Let me briefly state what the changes were. To state contracting policies, we continue to work on implementing the the Senate Bill 20 requirements. Some of you may ask, well, didn't they have an effective date for this act? And they did, but they realized that the changes were going to be very complicated, so they did include a clause in the bill that says, as soon as practicable after the effective date of this act, the comptroller of public accounts in each affected state agency as necessary shall adopt the rules, processes, and procedures and take the actions necessary to implement these changes made by these acts as soon as, and at the beginning, as soon as practicable after the effective date of this act. So we have a committee consisting of about 20 people from all areas of the system that we meet once a month and review these, and we are presenting changes to the Regents' rules in accordance with Senate Bill 20. In addition, there was changes made to the charter in the audit provisions in the Regents' rules as adopted by the Institute of Internal Auditors and its International Professional Practices Framework Agreement. We've also clarified the emergency approval of a budget adjustment to be the same as that of a contract. The early start clause for over $25,000 consulting contracts. This allows the board chair or the chair and the chair of the Finance Administration to authorize an early start on a consulting contract with not progressing past $25,000 and upon the Chancellor's recommendation. The EEO policies, we're implementing changes to Chapter 3 that will update our Regents' rules to be in accordance with the provisions of Title IX and Title VII of the Federal Education Amendment Act of 1972, as well as various executive orders regarding the definition of an employee's legally protected status. And finally, we've clarified the language in the outside employment provision in Chapter 3 to clarify that it is the Chancellor's or the Chancellor's designate that will be the approving authority unless it is the Chancellor or President, and then the board will approve the arrangement. So with that, that's an overview of the changes. Ms. Montford, you're the chairman of the Regents' Rules Committee. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
You've done a great job.
Thank you. I have to thank 3 people that really worked exceptionally hard on this. Mr. Locke does an outstanding job of making something that we give him a readable document. So I would like to thank him for his efforts there. This summary was prepared by him, and he does an excellent job. 2 staff members, Ms. Kim Turner, Ms. Charlotte Bingham, worked very hard on reviewing Senate Bill 20 line by line and implementing these changes into the Regents' rules. So thank those folks for the great job they did on getting this prepared for presentation to the board.
Questions?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Now, Ms. Albert.
Thank you. I'd like to provide a little bit of background on the Osher Foundation. The Bernard Osher Foundation is in San Francisco. It's a national foundation. and they've been very generous to Texas Tech University. They have 3 priority areas, one being lifelong learning for individuals at age 50 and older. And what we'd like to share with you is that the Osher Foundation funds 119 universities in 50 different states. And at this point in time, when we met with them in January, they've requested that we look at increasing the endowment payout from 4.5 to 5%. Currently, of the 119 universities that they've invested in for lifelong learning, we're one of only 3 that's not increased. So they're asking for consideration of this. What I would like to pass on, we call our lifelong learning program the OLLI program. It's located in the Hill Country as well as in Lubbock. When we met, we had some excellent feedback. Vice Provost Melanie Hart provided the program update. They were so very impressed that Mr. Osher, who meets no donors at age 98, they went and got him to personally say to Melanie, thank you. So Lawrence, if you would pass that on to her, that we acknowledged her. She's done a fabulous job. So, Mr. Brunges?
Yes, ma'am. The clause itself sets an amount to be distributed each year at either 50% of the investment earnings determined once per year based on an average rate of return for 12 calendar years, or 5%, whichever is greater. I went back and looked at the past 10 years, and in those 10 years, if we had this calculation in effect, 8 of the 10 years it would have been 5%, and 2 of the other years it would have been in the neighborhood of almost 7.5% or 6%. So this is really not much of a clause that will be in effect as we continue with the roller coaster ride in investments. You know, what it does, when I went back and looked at it, it's been an interesting 10 years for everybody. You know, it's been up, down. It goes up, and it comes down. It goes up, it comes down. Kind of like a roller coaster. Anyway, the 5% difference, the 0.5% difference, 6 out of the 9 years that I looked at, it would have come into effect on average. So it's going to be about 5% most of the time. This is a standalone endowment. This is only being proposed for it, so I do not see any harm in adopting this by the board.
Questions?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Item number 10.
Item number 10 is the combined, is a report on the Texas Tech University System Combined Annual Financial Report. As usual, I will give this report, and Ms. Turner will be looking over my shoulder at my data. The interesting thing about our financial report, and this combines all 5 different components of Texas Tech University System Administration plus the 4 academic components together, and it is presented in an unaudited fashion. What's interesting is the state of Texas does not ever audit the financial report. Ms. Turner, in her report, mentioned that TTUHSC at El Paso is going to require an external auditor to come in and audit their financial reports for 2 years. And we have employed a firm from Houston, audit firm, to do that. About 20 years ago, the state of Texas and the state auditor decided that it was a waste of their time and resources to audit all these financial statements, because they would audit the financial statements, and in the course of a $70 billion operation overall, they never found anything that was material. So now the information is collected by the state comptroller. The state comptroller reviews the report and then provides us with any changes. So it's not really an audit process, and this report that's presented today to you, though, has been reviewed by the state comptroller. So that's the last review that we'll have. Kind of an interesting situation. It's very difficult for most people outside the state of Texas to understand this logic, I might add. It's not the only thing we ever have to explain about Texas. Anyway, this is our balance sheet. I would ask you to look at the total net position for the Texas Tech University system. It continues to increase. As you'll notice there, it went up 2% last year, 13% in the last 5 years. Unrestricted funds are funds that can be used for any purpose, have gone up 20% over the last 5 years and 12% in the last year. I might add that the dip, we're going to talk about the dip in a minute on 2014 of why it went down. 2014 has been restated. The reason for that was because the 2015 report required us to address pension liabilities. Those pension liabilities in 2015 total about $162 million on our pro rata share of the benefits, our defined benefits program at the Texas Teachers Retirement System. So they've given us that assignment. They asked for us to go back and restate 2014 so that the year-to-year comparisons were accurate. So 2015 and 2014 reflect this new pension liability. Years before that, 13, 12, and 11 do not reflect that adjustment for the pension liability. By the way, when we looked at the sensitivity to the discount rate that you apply there, it could go as high as about 260 million or as low as 60 million. So there's a vast range on the potential for the pension liabilities, as with any defined benefit program. This is our total unrestricted net position. 40%, 42% of the change in our net position comes from unrestricted funds, and that's a very much of a positive. You'll notice there the dip in 2014 is a restatement for $198 million pension liability, and then in 2015 it's now gone down to $162 million. The total net position continues to rise. This would be equivalent in a business operation to retained earnings, so this continues to rise, very positive trends. When we look at operating revenues, NACUBO and the people that define the generally accepted accounting principles for colleges and university basically believe that we should not include state appropriations in this operating funds. So you see total there for operating revenues that does not include state appropriations. It includes tuition and fees, but it does not reflect any state appropriations. We'll reflect them in non-operating revenues in just a minute. It's interesting that the operating revenues from tuition and fees have increased the last 5 years by 26%. This is mainly due to the good enrollment growth. In 2011, the fall, we had 38,000 students. By the fall of 2015, we have 45,000 students. So substantial increase, and that's reflected here. You'll also notice that the tuition and fees discounts and allowances there has gone up in a negative sense from about 72 million in 2011 to 103 million in 2015. That's primarily a result of the Hazelwood exemptions and waivers, which we've talked about with this board on previous occasions. Finally, professional fees. Pardon me.
Mr. Burgess, what caused the dip in Hazelwood from 12 to 13 in your best estimation?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. I will, and I'll get back with you. That's a great question, and we need to look at that. The professional fees are our MPIP program, and as you note there, they've continued to show a steady rise, 4% in the past year, so we're doing exceptionally well there.
A discount in fees on tuition is also graduate students?
Yes, it's also the graduate student waivers. So, for example, the students that get their tuition waived from being non-resident to resident would be included in that too. And that's what most of it was accounted for before Hazelwood, so. Oh, there may have been, Mr. Steinmetz, there may have been an expanded legacy. I'll have to check on Hazelwood, but that's a good question. On this, shows you our budget, and if you'll look at our expenses, and our expenses for salaries and wages, payroll-related costs is $1.048 billion, and that's approximately 63% of our overall budget. So, in one sense, we are capital intensive with people. In other words, the people account for a lot of our costs. By the way, note there the operating income and loss, that reflects our operating income and loss before state appropriations and other revenues. How do we spend the money? We primarily spend it for instruction, research, academic support. You will see substantial growth there. The instruction has grown, the amount of money we spend in instruction faculty has grown 15% over the last 5 years. Research has increased 19% over the last 5 years. And academic support, which are staff positions and dean's positions to support our academic mission, have grown 24%. If you look down, the only number that may be a little bit troubling is is institutional support there, where it has grown 40%. Institutional support represents what's typically called the administration. So there was a substantial increase over the last year, going from 101 million to 120 million. When we look into the details for that increase, about half of it is related to El Paso coming online and the fact of establishing the president's office there with the associated cost. So when you look at that, and it has to be done to support the operation there, especially as it expands. I do not expect that to increase as much in the next couple of years, but I will definitely leave a note in my desk drawer to tell the next guy to check on that.
Where's your desk located at, Jim?
I will commit to that. If we look at our chart, this is interesting. This is our expenses. You notice there instruction is 28%, research and academic support, which are all part of our academic mission, probably all the way over to public service and maybe hospital and clinic. You see that we have approximately 2/3 of the budget there. Other things make up the remainder of the budget. One of the things I forgot to mention on the other pages were that our scholarships over the last 5 years, despite being modest, have increased 23% over 5 years, and most recently, last year, they increased by 7%. So we're trying to keep up with that.
Mr. Burgess?
Yeah.
I stop you for a second. There's one statistic that I'd like you to look at going forward, and this is maybe something for the chancellor as well. You know, total operating revenues over a 5-year rolling average about 12.3%, give or take.
Yep.
One thing I would like you to look at is wages and salaries over the same 5 years is up a little over 20%. And that does not take into consideration payroll and related costs. So we're outpacing a little bit on our personnel expense versus our revenue. It's something to consider going forward because it's in excess of, 80% over the two comparisons.
I completely agree with you there. That is what you've got to concern. That's why I had a concern on this slide here, that it looked to me like the institutional support was growing faster
than revenue.
than the other expenses. And I would like to always have instruction and research be my 1 and 2 areas.
Yes, sir.
Then you go into deans and support for the faculty under academic support, and then institutional support would be 4th or 5th on the list. So you're right. That's the one I've got to make sure is within the growth rates of other things.
Because you can get lost in the numbers if you don't look at percentages.
Absolutely, because that's the only way, you can see if this is trending up too, and that's what you need to do. We agree completely.
And I think his comments about El Paso are appropriate because we have to hire a president, a lot of the related staff.
Yes, sir.
We've got 500 students today. We'll probably have 2,000 students. That same staff will get spread over a lot more student revenue as the school grows.
Yeah, El Paso.
It's kind of a stair step as opposed to gradual.
So ROE will dip while you're building into it, and it's.
You scale up, right?
There you go.
Sure.
Yeah, the support has to be there before the students arrive. In things like admissions, a registrar, all of those things, they have to be there. And we have to plan those operations for the future, not for just today.
Sound like a football coach.
Yeah. Next year we'll be better, and we'll win more games next year.
Amen. Let's have another Jumbotron, okay?
Yeah. If I only get a Jumbotron, I'll be okay. Let's see. The legislative revenue here, you'll notice here a big dip in 2013. That had been partially restored by 2014 and 15, but we did take a substantial dip there, and that's worthy of note. You'll also note that our total income loss before operating revenues and expenses, gains, losses. In other words, this is the bottom line I think you would refer to. We've been substantially above that. In 2015, we actually went $346,000 negative. That was a result of basically the fact that our fair market value of investments in 2015 took a hit of about $59 million. That was the investment numbers that have been reported previously. But this is exactly what we need to track the total revenues versus expenses and see what's growing. This is where we're getting the money. The operating revenues, primarily tuition and fees. Non-operating revenues, primarily legislative revenue. You'll see over on the pie chart, operating revenues make up about $1.1 billion, and other non-operating revenues make up $607 million, primarily composed of legislative revenues. Our revenue rather, you see legislative revenue is a very substantial part of our funding, but that part is the part that we always refer to as shrinking, albeit maybe increasing in total dollars, but shrinking as a portion of our overall budget. In tuition and fees, the slack between legislative revenues and tuition and fees, it stayed surprisingly constant at about 40%. Professional fees are the MPIP fees, things such as that. It's interesting that state appropriations have fluctuated in recent years, but over the 5-year period, they've only increased 9%. Our enrollment during that same period increased 14%, and this is
I think something that has all of us concerned. The net tuition revenue has increased 18%. And the state doesn't fully fund the increase for enrollment. What ends up happening is that you have to increase the tuition a little bit more. So that reflects part of the problem. You'll see there on the a bar chart on the left, the legislative revenue and the dip in 2013. You'll see there that tuition and fees right now, when you look at the chart on the right, it's interesting. They stay very constant and have modest increase over this period, except for 2011 to 12, but they're fairly constant. Now you look at the state revenue, the legislative revenue, and you see the budgetary issues that we have to address. They're up and down. Total research for the Texas Tech University system has increased going into 2015. Federal research, 2010-11, reflects earmarks, and since that period of time, it has been declining. 12 and 13 recognize the adjustment that everyone was making to earmarks. 14 and 15 show some recovery. State research, or in other words, the money from the state, despite is still substantial for us, reflecting 48%, and that also reflects the amount that we have utilized in terms of faculty salaries and other things to support state research. This is really a very good chart. This chart shows you administrative data over the past, how much is being spent on administrative costs over the past 10 years. Texas Tech University has actually lowered the percentage. That reflects, Mr. Steinmetz, that does reflect some good news there on that. It does show us that with the exception of the University of Texas at Austin, Texas A&M University, who have other sources of revenue, we've done a fairly good job of maintaining our administrative ratios here. Looking at ASU, if we looked at some peers there, their costs are higher on the administration. Not surprising. Smaller schools have a higher percent of administrative costs. That's what that reflects. But in a peer group of universities that are in the Lone Star Conference and other similarly sized schools, they're very competitive on that. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, despite its diversity of many regional campuses, and in this case, the El Paso Center, HSC at El Paso starting up, it was the El Paso Center in 2015, so I was trying to get that transition. But this reflected the increases. I expect this to drop down. I expect the HSC at El Paso in 2016 to start up, probably a little bit higher than we would like it, but they will trend downward too. These are important things for us to track, as I mentioned. The debt capacity remains very strong. The capacity here, there's a couple of ways of calculating it. Both the purple line represents the non-TRB debt, and the principal, including TRB debt, is there with the blue line. Both green and red are our internal estimates of our peer group as a AA1 colleagues in that.
Jim, does the blue line reflect does it reflect the last legislative session appropriations?
That's right, that's correct. It reflects the TRBs there that we estimate would be fully online and have their debt fully online by 2020. Okay. That's what this chart reflects. Okay. That's why you see the big jump there as we go into 2020. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recently, as you know, the S&P has upgraded us to AA+. Christina, can you distribute that handout? I thought it'd be worthwhile, or a lot of people have asked me, oh well, my friends have asked me, one of them has asked me. Okay. Anyway, what it meant to be AA1 or AA+. I thought it would be good to look at some of the schools in the United States that are either AAA or AA1 in the case of Moody's rankings, or AA+ in the terms of Fitch or S&P ratings. These are the top ratings in both of these categories. And as you can see, Texas Tech University system is in some pretty good company there. When you look at other universities, such as Ohio State University, the Ohio State University, sorry. University of Minnesota, Virginia, University of Maryland, Colorado, Florida. We're in some really good companies. There are 8 AAAs in the Moody's rankings. And by the way, over to the right, as we aspire to be an AAU-like institution, I looked it up and decided to see which one of the universities were already AAU members, and it looks very interesting there when all the AAAs, at least by Moody's, are already AAU universities, and then there's a scattering of the AA1s or the AA+. Very positive news. That concludes my report on the annual financial statement. Ms. Turner, you want to add anything? Thank you. She'll have her shot at me later on. So the next presentation is about a program that all of us I'm very proud of, and I'd like to thank Dr. Rotwein from the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center at El Paso for helping to lead up the academic side of this. The board basically has talked about this on several occasions. I know Mr. Francis and I go back at least probably about 6-7 years back when we talked about this. We started a program, but we didn't track it very well, and it wasn't granted with much enthusiasm. This year, we did do a lot of enthusiasm, and all the presidents in TTU system each kicked in $100,000 for a $400,000 pot. That money ended up resulting in more than 60 applicants. Of the total number of groups, remember this is a collaborative project, was 11, and the funded rate was 17%. We gave out, we distributed 4 $25,000 grants, 2 $30,000, 1 $40,000, and 4 $50,000. These grants were graded by the vice presidents for research as the ones having the most potential, and it's really been very effective. The collaborations ended up being the Health Sciences Center on 7, the Health Sciences Center at El Paso, and 1, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused here by my own labels here. I think that second one, yeah, help me with this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Dr. Rotwein can.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
this is a collaborative team. I'm sorry, I got it now. The collaboration team. So this shows you the distribution of the 11 grants that were there, and the 2 teams were involved. The most teams were between Health Sciences Center in Lubbock and TTU, Health Sciences Center in El Paso, and the HSC here had 1, and this is great, 3 between TTU and the TTU HSC at El Paso. So nice job all the way around. Dr. Rotwein will tell you a little bit about our progress reports and what we've achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Runges. I'll tell you where we are at about 7 months, and we required our award recipients to give us a written report at 6 months, and that's what these slides will reflect. So I'd say that our progress overall is quite excellent. Already at the 6-month point, we had 2 groups submit major grant applications to federal agencies. This was one of the requirements for completion of the project. We have another group that will probably submit a major grant application in June of this year, and we have 3 others of the 11 so far who've made outstanding progress in their, at least as reflected in their written reports, toward their project goals. Like most things, there's a little bit of challenge, there are a few challenges, and 4 of our 11 groups have had some delays in starting the work so far. 3 of them, I think, reflect things that we will remediate should this program continue next year, and that they had slow submissions of approvals for either human studies or for animal studies. And if we were to continue in another year, what we would do is we would make that submission process a stipulation of at the time of grant review, so that they would get a jump start for the future. And as all research projects sometimes have, one of them has had some fairly substantial technical problems, but it looks like they've worked out so far. So overall, I think we're quite pleased with the progress so far. And the timeline of this is that the year will end at August 31st, so consistent with the end of the fiscal year. All expenditures have to be completed. Reports have to be submitted about a month after that. And then our expectation is that every one of these projects will have completed a proposal submitted to a federal agency by early part of 2017. And then by April of 2017, there'll be a final report. So there will be lagging indicators of the success of this program. That is what the external grant support will be. The first ones will probably come in by fall of this year, but we don't expect the big hits to be until roughly mid-2017. Our sort of calculations are that if we were to receive one federal grant of an average cost of $200,000 per year direct cost and about $100,000 per year indirect cost, and if this grant were to go for 3 or 4 years, that would recoup about $1 million on the $400,000 investment. And what we anticipate is that we'll have 2 or 3 of such success stories, and hopefully more. So that'll be a rate of return of about 5 to 1 or more on this investment. And we think that's good, really good from a financial perspective. And more importantly, or as importantly, links our campuses together by providing real collaborative interactions among research groups at different components of the TTU system. So far, so good at 6 months. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Dr. Rotwein. One of the things that we've learned from the past is that we need to ask these folks for reports on the work they've done, and also to expect follow-up, and especially with regards to submitting these projects. It's a seed money, and submitting these projects for full funding by the federal government. So great job by Dr. Rotwein and my office has assisted in bird dogging and making sure we get the information about what is being done with the money.
Thank you, Dr. Rotwein. Appreciate you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the meeting of the Finance and Administration.
Thank you, Chairman Francis. Let's break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:15, and then we will do Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Yes, sir. As soon as we get through this, we'll call the meeting to order, then we'll immediately go into executive.
Mr. Chairman, please let the record reflect that Steinmetz is on time.
As far as it's not, as you can see.
Between the two of them.
I've never been late until I started picking on Esparza.
No, John's never been late.
I'm taking everything back.
You know, he was pretty kind to you this morning.
Please, Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Mr. Chairman, the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 25th, 2016.
So move.
A second? Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
You, Dr. May, please begin with item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put forward before the Board of Regents, approve the naming of the Department of Engineering for David Hirschfield. Hirschfield Steel is one of the main employers in San Angelo and has been for many, many years. They're one of the largest steel fabricating companies in the country. And the gift from David Hirschfield was way beyond anything he's ever participated with in the past, and he's also a 1962 graduate of Texas Tech in civil engineering.
Great gift. Any questions or comments?
Good. Quick comment, just to say I think that's very appropriate. That's one very fine man in a very good company, and I think that's a great honor. And glad we're doing that.
Very good. Entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Topliff, please present item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation President May that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program request for a Doctor of Education degree with a major in nursing education within the Archer College of Health and Human Services, and that we fully, beyond that, be authorized to submit that to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for their approval, and then on to the SAC COC for its review. The goal of this proposed Doctor of Education program will be to produce terminally prepared graduates in the critical need area of nursing education. Currently, the professional emphasis of this program, will help fill the void of doctorally prepared nurses in nursing education programs. The lack of a program in the state of Texas that is focused specifically on nurse education is having a significant impact on the preparation of pre-licensure nurses. The discipline's traditional focus has been on preparing nurses for clinical practice and research, and this curriculum is designed to include foundational education, coursework in research methodology, and a guided research experience. We know that the nursing shortage that we currently experience in this country is due in large part to the shortage of nurse educators. The American Association of Colleges of Nursing reports that U.S. nursing schools turned away over 78,000 qualified applicants from baccalaureate and graduate programs in 2013. So obviously this turning away this many, and in fact in Texas we turned away over 11,000 qualified applicants, and it's due primarily to the lack of faculty. This degree program will consist of 54 doctoral level semester credit hours, which will include 42 semester credit hours of required courses and 12 semester credit hours of dissertation. The program will be delivered entirely in an online format. The 5-year costs are outlined in the table that you see before you, and about $1.7 million of that is in personnel costs. The balance you can see is other staff, library, supplies and material. Funding for the program comes from reallocated funds, which is primarily reallocation of faculty positions, and then new formula funding and other designated tuition and fees that you can see there. Enrollment projections, this program will be a little bit different in that we will enroll students as a cohort of 12 every other year. And by having them go through in a cohort, it actually reduces the number of faculty needed to be dedicated to the program. We think it also ensures that the rate of completion of the program will be much higher. We expect in the first 5 years of the program we would graduate 18 students, and of course the first graduates would not occur until year 3 of the program. So with that, I'd entertain any questions that you might have about this proposal.
But you only get to enroll in the program, to begin the program every 2 years.
That's correct. They would be enrolled in cohorts.
Do you think that will hurt by not being able to enroll in the program every year? If someone wanted your program, they would have to wait 2 years if they were into it.
Yeah, that is correct. Now, on down the road, we may be able to once the program gets going, to enroll a cohort every year, but we think to get the program started and to make it as efficient as possible that we need to do it in cohorts every other year.
Very good.
We're also
Nice job of explaining the critical shortage and where it starts is with nursing education. Dr. May?
Also, Mr. Chairman, I would add that in order for us to keep our accreditation in other areas, these faculty are already being stretched to the limit. So this cohort size and the infrequency of it is because of that as well. We're hoping, as the provost brought it to bear, to grow some of our own, and that will in turn allow us to not only grow this program but our undergraduate program as well.
Great program. Are there any questions or concerns?
I might add one thing. The first cohort of 12 we already have lined up.
It's completely full then.
They're our own.
Does that make a difference in the way you want to vote on this? That's supposed to be positive. So, go ahead. Motion to approve?
Sure. So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Ms. Guvenet, please present item number 3.
Chairman Lancaster, members of the board. In our first item, we seek approval of 4 appointments with tenure. The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that the Board of Regents approve granting of tenure to the following faculty. Victoria Coverstone will be a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering in the Whitaker College of Engineering. She is currently a tenured professor of aerospace engineering and associate dean of graduate and professional programs at the University of Illinois at Urbana. Susan Larson has been appointed as a professor in the Department of Classical and Modern Languages and Literatures in the College of Arts and Sciences, and she will also fill the Qualia Chair. Professor Larson is currently a tenured associate professor of Spanish at the University of Kentucky. Oliver McGee will be the new chairperson in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Professor McGee is currently a tenured professor of mechanical engineering and former vice president for research and compliance at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Winston Soboyo will be a new professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Professor Cebollo is currently a tenured professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering at Princeton University and also serves as the president of the Scientific Advisory Board of the United Nations. Each of these professors is tenured at their current institution, and they have been judged by the respective departments, faculty, and appropriate committees as worthy of academic tenure.
Good, thank you. Dr. Skuvenek, questions or comments?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Good, thank you, Dr. Skuvenek. Item number 4.
The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that the Board of Regents approve a new PhD program in addictive disorders and recovery studies offered in the College of Human Sciences. Searches are currently underway for 2 new assistant professors and 1 new associate professor needed to complete the core faculty for this doctoral program. Personnel costs also include new and continuing teaching assistant positions and research assistant positions. The table that's included in your materials shows that the program revenues over the first 5 years will exceed the total costs of the program. Addiction is at epic proportions in the United States, affecting individuals, families, and communities. There is a great need for highly qualified academic, clinical, and research addiction recovery professionals. The number of people working in the addiction recovery professions is projected to increase by 31% by 2022, and there is a lack of sufficient educational programs to prepare these professionals. The Texas Tech Center for Collegiate Recovery is a nationally known program within the Department of Community, Family, and Addiction Sciences, which will deliver this new program. The proposed program will be the first such program in the state of Texas and the nation.
Very good. Again, a much-needed program. Any questions, comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Skuvenek. Number 5.
Chairman Lancaster, our final item, we seek approval for an online and on-campus Master of Science degree in Manufacturing Engineering. No new tenure-track faculty members are needed to support this degree, which will be in the Department of Industrial Engineering, at least for the first 5 years. But existing faculty loads will be reallocated to meet demand for the program. To offset the faculty teaching adjustments, additional teaching assistants and graduate assistants will be hired, representing additional personnel cost. However, as the table shows in your materials, the cost will be substantially below the projected income for this program. The proposed Master of Science in Manufacturing Engineering is to provide graduate-level education in advanced and sustainable manufacturing, which has a vital role in sustaining economic growth. In his 2013 and 2014 State of Union address, the President called for the creation of the National Network for Manufacturing to scale up manufacturing processes and technologies. Institutes will be established that are expected to collaborate with academia and industry. This new degree program will increase opportunities for students and faculty to interact with these institutes as well as regional manufacturers.
Thank you, Dr. Skuvenek. Any comments, questions? Motion to approve.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Skuvenek. Munoz, please present item number 6.
Dr. Munoz?
Chairman, members of the board, we present the handbook for your consideration. Most of the revisions are mechanical and grammatical, updating offices, etc. consideration.
Dr. Munoz, I have a question real fast. Part of the recommendation changes is reducing voting members in committee hearings from 5 to 3.
Right.
Will you please, if you can, address what the current number is and how the student reflection is on that? Because
Right.
taking it from 5 to 3, are we going to have just one, is there a student vote on that? Or
Right,
how
right.
does that work?
No, it's a fair question. In fact, the number of 3 will provide a greater parity for students. So what we do is create a pool of trained faculty, staff, and students that would be periodically available to serve on these hearings, these hearing panels. There may be a configuration with 5 of 2 faculty, 2 staff, and 1 student. There may be, on occasion, depending on the nature of the case, more than 1 student. What this new configuration will do is allow for equal representation of faculty, staff, and student, except in the cases of very serious or sensitive situations, as in the case of a Title IX case, where we would have to have staff that might be trained in compliance, interpretation, etc. It's also in keeping with the best practices that are available across the country. And again, we have to rely on the availability of faculty and students and staff to serve on these committees so that we have representation from across the campus.
There is assurance that there's other than the sensitive issues.
Right.
There will be a student on each.
Yes, yes, yes. And again, we have to rely on the students' availability, their schedule of classes, their work schedule, in order to provide the minimal amount of training so that they can represent themselves and students responsibly on these committees.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Motion to approve.
I'll move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Dr. Lang, please present item number 7.
Chairman Lancaster and Board, we'd request that you would approve conferral of emeritus appointment upon Dr. Albert Cuadar, who joined faculty in 1985, and during those 31 years with us, 25 times won the Outstanding Teaching Award, once was awarded the Dean's Excellence Award in Teaching, and received 11 lifetime teaching awards. Now, if your average lifetime is 82 years, do the math, he'll have that for 902 years. And so we'd ask that you would confer emeritus appointment on him as retirement was effective on March 2016.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Lang. Questions, comments?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Lang, number 8.
Yes, sir. Chairman and Board, we'd also request your approval of a baccalaureate certificate program in our Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. As you're aware, it was a regional campus of the Lubbock Health Science Center. Is now an independent Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. The baccalaureate program was also a regional campus, and now we have the opportunity to bring that home. And it's a program that strengthens credentials for individuals that want to go to medical school. And currently, we're running about 80% success rate. That is, once they participate in the baccalaureate program, about 80% go on to be accepted.
Questions, comments?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Dr. Lang. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Lancaster. Meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. Board will now reconvene in executive session authorized by sections 551071, 551072, 551074 of the Texas Government Code. Our schedule for the remainder of the day, we will have a hard stop today at 4:30. So as soon as we come out of executive, if there's any motions to be had, we will read those at that time, but that will be the last order of business for the day. We will reconvene in the morning at 8:30. Now reconvene into open session. Regent Montford, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 action items resulting from executive session. Motion number 1, I move that the board authorize President Opperman to conclude the negotiations and execute an extension of the employment agreement with Tim Tadlock as head coach of the university's baseball team under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Motion number 2, I move that the board authorize President Opperman to conclude the negotiations, the framework agreement, and any complementary documents to establish an additional off-site location in San Jose, Costa Rica, under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Motion number 3, I move that the board authorize President Lang to conclude negotiations and execute the agreements for the purchase of real property in the city of El Paso under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Motion number 4, I move that the approval by the chair of the Finance and Administration Committee and the board chair issued on January 22nd, 2016, be modified to authorize President Lang to conclude negotiations and execute the purchase documents for 3 properties identified in executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, there is no action of any kind to be taken on the remaining items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Monfort. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene on Friday, May 20th, 2016 at 8:30.